Uh, mm, uh, let me try the thing again.
I can't do that.
Let's say I will come back. So I mostly wasted time waiting and then didn't get the results. I don't care, I'll be direct. We
That
had the
ability
right
isn't ready
schedule
yet.
rate and I'll reduce the sound. Um, but some people didn't show up and we kind
Not
of
enough rage.
went for an early start, but
I'm out of
didn't
range.
help us much. We were like, let's clean some trash, so when people like show up, we're ready. But the hour came and
Not
people
enough
didn't show
rage.
up, so we had to cancel it and like did maybe 2 bosses. So yeah. I mean, I'm glad I got the
It's too far
attendance, I
away.
got some items that I
Need more
wanted.
rage.
Thank you.
Not enough rage.
Uh,
Not enough rage.
and I
Not
kind of
enough rage.
solidified, I guess, my spot in the
That
raid,
ability isn't ready yet.
so that's good. What
I need to
else?
get closer. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I need a target. Not enough rage.
Oh,
Need
I
more
thought my
rage.
screen was like
I have a
bugging because
target.
I kept seeing like a mob, but it was actually,
I can't
I
do
wasn't
that
wrong.
yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Not enough rage.
Nice. And this how I level. This is how you should level. Uh, wait, what? Oh, okay, never mind. Um, and this is
It's too
how,
far away.
especially
Not enough
if
rage.
you either don't care much about questing
Need more rage.
or
Need more
dungeoning
rage.
or dungeoneering, however you want to say it. This is the safest route. The only times I've died doing no quest grinding is when I did go and did something that wasn't like killing mobs, and that was usually like
It's too far away.
not professions exactly, but doing professions in weird places, and that's,
That ability isn't ready
well, I'll
yet.
be specific. I was picking locks in a large stronghold full with what are they, like dark iron dwarfs or something, and in my
Not
impatience
ready
I
yet.
wanted to get an extra loot box,
I
so
can't do that.
I like sneaked up to an elite and he put a dot on me, and yeah, it went to hell. I was like sprinting away and the dot was like ticking, but I already like Did because I thought he was gonna cast the fire spell, so I thought I could like just vanish out, but he actually did it. Let me see. Circle. Okay,
I'm out of range. Not ready yet.
and so yeah, I wasted my vanish, and
Need more
it all
range.
went to hell
Not
after that.
enough
I missed the
range.
corridor. I went
Not enough
when I
range.
went upstairs, instead of going left, I went right, and then I kind of ended up going upstairs instead of downstairs. Or actually, my bad. Mm, that wasn't the problem. It was something else. It's whatever. I don't care anymore. It's that character.
It's too far away. It's too far away. Not enough
Mm,
rage.
I guess enchanted.
It's too far away. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. I have a target.
Is this a hardcore? Yeah.
Not ready yet. Not enough
Mm,
rage.
you gotta build up. If you watch Jujutsu Kaisen, you know about miracle points.
I can't do that yet.
So
Not ready yet.
you always need to build up your miracle points, like what? Like that
That
guy
ability
Haruka. So you get free lives, I guess. And then the more
Not enough rage.
miracle points you
Not
store,
enough
the
rage.
more.
I can't attack that.
It's a weird thing, but actually kind of.
I
It's a weird
can't do
belief.
that
I don't
yet.
know. I don't know if it's religious. It's in that situation, it's like a
More
cursed
rage.
technique. So it's like somebody's born with that, and I do know for a
I
fact
can't
that
do that
I
yet.
have some like
Not enough
now
rage.
this is like a weird
Not
territory.
enough rage. Not
I
enough
do have
rage.
innate
That ability
like
isn't
born. I don't know if it's a cursed. I mean, it's not a technique. This is not like some action or whatever. It's not a technique. It's like mm, let's say injustice collector. I would call my ability because I stack up a lot of positive karma, and then when people do me wrong, they get like
that ability isn't
payback
do
or
that
something.
yet.
And I guess my stack of if you're gonna call them miracle points, so strong that
Not
some
ready
people
yet.
actually end up, yeah. I'm not gonna say it, but they end up not in a good position.
I need a target.
And I'm not talking like they end up hurt or something. It's like all the way, like all the four.
I can't do that yet. Not enough rage.
And I've had that in life happen to me. I think 2 times that I know
I
of,
need a target.
and that's like younger people. And in game, I've had that happen in hardcore, especially because hardcore.
Not ready yet.
I've had
Need more
karma
rage.
even before hardcore
Not enough
catch
rage.
somebody that scammed me, and they got permabanned Um, but that's besides the point. The scam wasn't so large, and it wasn't the scam that got them. It was actually something else. But talking hardcore, I think for now
I can't do that
it's
yet.
either three. Three are guaranteed, and fourth is like up to debate whether,
I'm out of
yeah,
range.
something like that.
Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Nice, I'm getting some potions. What can I do?
I need to get closer. I can't do that. Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Not enough rage.
What? It wasn't oh, I was. I was like, I wasn't pressing X, but actually
I'm
was.
out of range.
Unknowingly. I'll go for another one, I don't care. Let's die.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I need a target. It's too far away.
Oh, the quote.
Need more rage.
Leave everything in the past. No, leave everything behind. No, bury the. That's actually after. Bury
Need
them
more rage.
in the ruins of your dreams.
Not enough rage.
But what comes
enough
before,
Need more
leave
rage.
everything in the past
Need
or
more
something like
rage.
that.
Not ready.
That's one of my most powerful quotes from White. Where was it? Oh, here. On the screen. Damn it. Ooh, I got to sweet thistle. I love when I get
It's
that
too
one.
far away. That ability isn't ready yet.
I need to grab a bruise weed. I do have a lot of herb mats, kinda. And when you're spamming like a zone, you get a bunch. But the problem that I see already is that these are surrounded by a bunch of mobs.
That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Okay, let's try to get that one. Okay, I'm gonna pull if I go further, but I don't know where it is. Is it up there? It's down there then. Oh, that's solid chest. Okay. Let me test the waters. So then it must be like... where is it? I'm not seeing it here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's here. Am I gonna...
Out of range.
I guess I'm not gonna pull, right? Okay, I'm checking. Okay, I'm good. I'm good actually. Good for that one. Okay, slow. Where was it? I thought somebody took it. It was where again? Oh my god. Oh, there it is.
It's too far
Yep.
away.
Gosh, imagine pulling all that. I would have to swiftness potion out of here. Only one? What? Okay, 1 to 3. I need 1 to 5 for the king's. I'm sorry. Actually, don't know any of the names. King's something. King's blood. Yeah. So I can do grave moss. This one is needed sometimes. Nice. Ah, it's a softcore. I love to see good rogues in hardcore because I missed my rogues. Kind of, they were really good. My first rogue especially was like at 55 over gears. I died so stupidly. Like I was ready to done. I was literally with the gear I had at 55. I was ready for Stratholm. No joke.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I need a target.
This might not be the case, but it's very discouraging when you fight to loot something and then somebody just comes and picks it up next to you fighting. And then it's a meme, you know.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I don't have a target.
Ooh, I spent all my rage on that.
I need to get closer. I need to get closer.
Wahid. I know that name somewhere. He's a paladin.
Not ready
Wahid.
yet. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. closer.
I want to sell.
Need more rage.
Oh, loud horn. Oh, I pulled. I was like deep thinking.
Need more rage.
It's okay. I'm not scared. Maybe that's bad, but
Not enough
look
rage.
what I got now. Forever crit. This is good. I'm not sure if that's actually good inside like raids. I don't know the usual spec for raids, I forgot. I used to like know those things back on classic launch, but
More rage. Need more rage.
I don't know, probably while I would be making the spec, I would know. I would go for 5. Okay, normally area effect, no. Some people say gives you a chance to additional. Okay, but this one is yeah. No, I think I overdone it with 2 points here because I would have been closer to all of these. And now as a punishment I'm not getting that wish at 30, but 31. I think so. Or actually, no, I'm wrong. My talent trees, it doesn't require, it just requires the points. But 28. Yeah, I move along this and then I'll get one more and then I will do one more here and then I'll come back to this. But reduces the cooldown. I'm not even sure. I need to check on other players.
That ability isn't ready yet.
I don't care. Come at me, bro. Come at me, son. I'm pumping. No.
I can't do that yet. Not
Try.
ready.
Nice.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Damn, look at me go.
I'm out of range. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. It's too far away. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Elixir of the
Not
giant.
enough
Oh no.
Need more rage.
I'm very efficient. I used to be 100% just now.
I'm out of
Dark
range.
runner. Another
I
dark
can't
runner.
do that yet. Not ready yet.
I mean, look, I know that most of my job is being done by the world buff, but
Need
still,
more rage. Need more rage.
this is what is allowed to me.
Need more
So I
rage.
can do that.
Need more rage.
save,
Can't do that
execute.
yet.
Right.
Need more rage. Need more rage. Need more rage. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Hmm. Oh, they got 1k as well.
Not enough rage.
It's the timers. Okay, 50. That coincide with my buff,
Need more
so
rage. Need more
I can
rage.
save my heart
Not enough rage. Not enough
at a
rage.
certain point.
Not enough rage. Not enough rage. I can't do that. Need more rage. I need to get closer. Need more rage. I can't do that. Need more rage. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. Not enough rage. Not enough rage. Target. It's too far away. Need more rage. Need more rage.
So, go again.
Not ready yet. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Mm. I was saying something about not being able
Out of
to reach
range.
30,
That ability isn't ready.
but I'm actually quite able to do it.
Need more rage.
I would,
Target. I'm out of range. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I need to get closer.
oh. Ooh, look at the prices. Damn it. The world Marin's demise. Well, actually, what level is he? Oh, yeah, of course.
I can't do that yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Nice. Oh, it's next to the camps again. Where's the... Oh, it's there, okay. I can pull. Oh. This is a bad... This is a bad retreat spot. See? It's like I need to get the middle exactly where I'm cooked. Pretty much. And then, where's the plant? Okay, it's here. Okay. The next one. Okay, let's kill the one around the camp.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Let's see, want to buy. Okay.
Need more rage. I need a target.
Ooh. Target armor. I could start using this. Empty vial. I'll throw one out. Let's see. Okay, it's here. It's actually not at all at the guys. Perfect. Oh, mithril belt buckle. Can make that at 22. What? That's crazy efficient. Damn it. 22 to 27. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Huh. That's really good efficiency. Oh, those are shoulders as well. I wonder how much he... Golden scaled shoulders. He's a what? Oh, he's in Barons, okay.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Damn it, look at this.
That
Boom,
ability
boom.
isn't ready yet.
I need these two things maxed.
I can't attack that.
I know this is boring, but
Not ready yet.
you pretty much get to work. I mean, as I'm doing this, if anybody's watching, you can see the later VOD and see like, yeah, whatever, this is a good spot, so you can steal my spot and then farm there.
Not ready yet. Need more rage.
Okay, this will hurt.
More rage. Need more
You
rage.
know, like ups and downs of each spot, each mob.
Need more rage.
Maybe like think of some things that you haven't before.
Need more rage.
Because I've done this grind so many times that I know a lot of like turnarounds, places where to circle, how to avoid other farmers, stuff like that. And look, I'm not perfect at it, of course,
Not ready yet.
but I always strive to get better and better. Try to incorporate more mobs.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Try to find ways like this to weaken them.
Need more
you know,
rage.
for example, Thunderclap, not so strong right now with all the new skills.
I don't have a target.
Also, Execute coming into the picture.
Inventory is full. I need to get closer.
You know, the thing is, mobs here will go till 29. That means that in theory I can farm here until what? I can farm here whatever,
Need more
but I can
rage.
farm here until like 33.
I can't
You
carry
know,
anymore.
I mean, you can say like, oh, but these mobs are gonna turn green, sure, but you can say at the same time that you don't care.
I need to get
Like
closer.
you can come here and, you know, kill
Need more rage.
a mob.
enough
Maybe it
rage.
will take you like a second.
Not
Maybe you
ready
will
yet.
one-shot him.
Not enough
You know,
rage.
the green mobs
Need
are
more
the,
rage. That ability isn't
I don't know.
relevant.
Pretty much boils
Inventory is
down
full.
to sometimes it's faster to kill 2 green mobs than 1 yellow or 1 orange. So you can do that.
It's too far away.
Okay, so firstly I do need to sell items like this. This is what I crave.
Greetings.
If I extended my wow, I'm actually, I mean, I did just buy this, but is it it's actually a good, I'm not sure. It's a one-hander, so I can fit it in here. That's great. And yeah, the damage is stellar. It's almost like my main hand. Of course, my main hand is slower, but Lean Wolf. Mm. It kind of sucks that I'm not able to like make a deal about the harpy rings. I really need those. And what I was saying, that I have these kind of high level-ish verbs that I should pretty soon turn into stuff. You see, like, because if I don't, I'm like pretty much done. So but some people say these are like crazy as well, that I can like earn my mount through these. So that could also be a thing. What did I do? Oh right, I wanted to visit the tent. But it's not there anymore, yeah. Melee Hunter. Is melee hunter even good at that level?
That ability isn't ready yet.
I mean, if it is, that's great.
I don't have a target.
Ooh, damn. It's actually came to a point where I'm like, is anything stronger than my the subs that I'm wearing? And a bunch of times the answer is no.
Not ready yet.
Oh, Kingsblood. Let me check my skill. It's still at 1, 2, 3. That's crazy. It's actually quite
That
cooked.
ability isn't ready yet.
Okay, let's pull. Why does nobody want to do business? It's such an easy... If I was a blue crafter, I would do that without a thought. Because you use 8 for Minecraft, and then you got like 12. That's like 3 crafts
I need a target.
you get for other people. And you also get whatever. Like I can pay for freaking bronze. Which is like what, you need 2 bronze for 1 craft? That's so stupid. People sell bronze to vendors, from what I know.
Not ready yet.
Because it's so useless. In every profession, they're gonna overmake it, for sure, if you're following a guide.
I can't do that.
Like, while leveling mining, you're gonna mine so much tin,
That ability
and
isn't ready
when
yet.
you're turning into the bronze, like whatever you're leveling, you're gonna just spend maybe a stack of bronze
I
and
can't
like
do
move
that.
on, and then you will have like 10 more stacks laying around.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Oh, there's another Briarton. These all look the same from what I've seen. Yeah.
I'm out of range. Not enough rage. I need a target.
Fast. I'll have it like that. When I finish them before the big cast. Oh. Almost.
I'm out of range. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Not enough rage.
Yep. Loot.
I need
Kill,
to
loot,
get closer.
repeat.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
One is gonna come back here.
Need more rage.
There's the caster.
Not enough enough rage. Need more rage.
This is
Need
pretty
more
underwhelming
rage.
with the set.
That
Crazy.
ability isn't ready yet.
I'm still amazed that they did like keep the set in because of how strong it is. It literally um changes
Need to
how
get
like
closer. I can't do
how
that
much you
yet.
need other gear as a warrior.
Not enough
And
rage.
we all know warriors are really like
That
needy
ability
in
isn't
terms
ready
of
yet.
gear.
That ability isn't ready yet.
And this is like a big jump cliff.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Yeah, give me
I
some
can't
rage.
do that yet. Not ready
I
yet.
have to tune him down a bit. Nice. Yeah, as I said, this is a bit underwhelming. Um, let's see.
It's too far away.
But the experience is
Need more
great
rage.
nonetheless.
Not enough rage. Not enough
Although I
rage.
do need to drop another
Need
tank.
more rage.
When? Oh, okay, I'm at 50%, that's
That
fine.
is yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Well, um, yeah, let's sit it out. No access. That's funny. Okay,
Not
let's
ready
do.
yet. Not enough rage. More rage. I can't do that yet. isn't ready. Not enough
Let's
rage.
see.
Need more
At the
rage.
same time,
Not
I
enough
do like that they changed
Not enough rage.
the that
Not
you don't
ready.
need that like berserker stance to pummel and like do some things. Like it has take like made
I need to
me
get
change my
closer.
keybinds and like expand my keybinds so much that it's so bad. I used to have like pummel on F and then I would switch for overpower, but now like everything is possible on every stance pretty much.
I need to get closer.
So that kind of sucks. Yo, 60%. It's literally like at the lowest. I'll show you.
I have a target.
Look at this pump. Maybe it's my let me check my desktop sound. Okay, let me see. Does this look sound better? This is some combat.
That ability isn't not enough rage. Not
Yeah,
enough
I
rage.
guess my desktop
Need
sound
more
is
rage. I can't do
need
that.
to adjust that a bit. Warrior is crazy. This set, look at this Slutmog. Pretty much, you know the thing how they say that classic warriors are like super gear dependent. But what Turtle did is like if you farm your Darnassus rep, you can buy this whole set, which is like, oof, it's 25 and it's like a level of. I was checking and it's pretty much like
I'm out of
of
range.
all the Shadowfang Keep dungeons, like even stronger than that though.
Need more rage.
And you get like this Talvan and something like just random dagger or something, whatever. And you can pump like crazy. But yeah, it's kind of boring too. I'm just farming mobs for experience and I've done 2 levels I think in like,
That ability isn't ready yet.
I don't even
I
know.
can't do that yet.
It's super fast. Look at this shit.
That ability isn't ready yet.
I'm not even using any of, I mean I'm out of my alchemy potions because
Not enough rage. I can't do
I don't even know why.
that. Ability isn't ready.
It's not that I haven't made any, it's like more that I don't have anything to make yet. And apparently I can sell these for a bunch of gold. Like look at this, 56. Like I can make almost 40 potions and apparently they sell like crazy because they save your life, these speed potions.
It's too far away.
It's like a rogue sprint. Oh, a
Need
bit
more
lower
rage.
on what?
Need more
On my
rage.
game again?
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I need a target.
Desktop, it's literally... bro. I mean, I cannot hear anything.
Not ready yet.
Like, I barely hear
I can't
my
do that.
character doing stuff. Ooh, look at this crits.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Bro, I can't
do
wait
that
to
yet.
like hit. Because this is not even, this is like
Need
the
more
part where
rage.
the
Not
warrior
enough
sucks.
rage. Need more
It's
rage.
like you get whirlwind axe, which like is the leap
Not enough rage.
to like
Not
warrior
enough
doing
rage.
damage, I
Need
guess.
more rage.
A lot of people say.
More rage.
But it's only when you get like whirlwind and like level 40-ish, like is when you start to shine, but more like shine through, not even like shine. So it's crazy that warrior is this strong this early.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Oh, did I mess up?
Not ready yet.
I'm a bit cocky. Okay, it wasn't super cool. I was ready though. I have a
More rage.
retaliation.
I can't do that yet. Get closer.
Can't eat. Damn man, I don't know. I'll fucking turn off the sound of the game completely. But it helps because I can hear if the bell rings that my HP is low. The raid didn't go that well though, I gotta say. They we got like and for the first time we had a really good group composition. We had two mages, and we used to raid for 2 weeks without any mage, which was scuffed as hell. And uh, now we had like two mages. We had like we had three warriors, and they were doing fine. I mean, of course, I was the first DPS. But yeah, they were doing fine DPS, and there was a rogue, and the warlocks were pumping as hell. They were like topping the meters on like some fights, of course, because I actually put the deterrence in my rotation, so I don't pick aggro anymore. So my DPS is kind of lower, but mm, I get to keep my character, and uh, the leader didn't wanna like proceed, like to kill bosses. So we only did like two bosses, the easy ones, the who were they? Shazra and Gehennas, I think we killed. Those are like the dragon-looking weird bosses with like two two guards, you know those two. Um, and I got this item. The other hunter was like, "Nah, you can take it. I don't need it. This is my ult." Blah blah. So I got this hunter belt from Trash, and yeah, nothing else dropped, of course. Like some people got some items, but yeah, I mean, killing two bosses is just ridiculous. I don't know. He actually like banned a guy. That crazy guy. You know him. He's from our country. He got banned from participating in the raid because one of our best warriors died with him while they were farming some dragon scale or something. I have no idea. It's some dumb bad story probably. So yeah, it's crazy, and people were like, "Yo, like, grab him," you know. And the guildmaster was like, "No, he's banned. He's a raid banned or some bullshit. I don't know." I mean, sure, the guy is annoying, but he's like he pulls fine DPS. So if you asked me, I would have brought him. I don't care if some guy died. Like, I mean, he could have petried. He could have done whatever. Thanks, man. I mean, I hope it is so. Mm, look at this shit. I'm just gonna blood rage on this one. It's yeah, just coming down, right? King's blood. I still cannot herb that. I took so many herbs and none of them is giving me skill. It's so annoying. And I just need 2 skills to start like doing these ones. First time doing herbalism. Look at the speed of the leveling. And people say like killing mobs like doesn't work. Like this is how everybody should level. Fuck questing, man. Oh, I'm missing a bit. Go, go, go. Look at this thing. Am I lucky? I almost charged. Look at this shit, man. This guy would have slapped my ass. Damn it. I think he does drop something. Like Fenrir's cloak or something, if I remember correctly. For content, yeah. Die for the content. Oof, if I die after dying 2 times already, I would just delete myself in real life. I actually got super depressed after last time when my rogue died because I was speed leveling him to max level and then like getting to the 50s. I'm like, yo, I'm almost there. No, actually, before that I was 55. I died, and then my other rogue was like on road to 50. I was like 1 day away, and I'm fucking lock picking in stupid dwarf bullshit place, and yeah, I lose that one too. Such a gut punch. They're respawning. Look at that camp. If you gave me like a cooldown, maybe I could take them probably. I would need like um, a two-hander and sweeping strikes probably. But if I do a wrong pull now, it's gonna be sweeping motion. Preemptively start running always when you do pulls in hardcore. Because you never know if all of these guys are gonna start running after you, so it's best you already start running. These are like easy tips that can save your life. Always say thank you. You know that character in Jujutsu Kaisen that stores miracle points? Like when he does something good, he stores like it's like almost like a tattoo under his eye. It's crazy because I kind of believe in that shit. I was talking about it 20 minutes ago. Because every time I like thank somebody or give somebody a good tip or like wish them to stay safe or something, I see it as like a miracle point. And then when I store them up, it's like when somebody does something bad to me, I like use like one of those miracle points and they get punished. That or either like I escape that myself. Do you feel sometimes like that? Because at that point you're like what is it? You're full of like a good karma, and then somebody wrongs you, and then it's like punishment time for them. Ah, finally. I wonder if the king's blood is there. Yeah, because the character Haruta, it's like he stores miracles. It's like something good happens because he's like a bad guy, and he stores like miracles. He calls them miracles. It's like even when something amazing happens to you, like let's say you're riding a car in a like I don't know like scuffed traffic, and it just so happens when you approach the traffic light it turns green or something. It's like a miracle point, but it's also like something that you do out of character, like answering questions, when people thank you and stuff like that, so you have done a good thing, and then it's like stored up as a good karma, I guess. Hey, you wanna join? No, 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 never. There's not enough miracle points that would save me from this. No, I'm scared. I'm scared as hell, bro. No way. No way, bro. Never join BFD. People are crazy. You have no idea. Um, People lose their sanity when they go to BFD. It's the candle part. I don't know if you have watched that on OnlyFans or some of those, but people just lose their minds. Like even when leaders is like, just don't touch the candle, and one guy will like run and like he has to check like what are the candles about or something. Okay, let's see if this is a bad pull. Guess not. Guess not for now. I'll do this because these are the strongest mobs, so shit can go bad. But yeah, I'm pumping them full of white stuff. Look at this, man. Ooh, come here. I cannot take another one. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's like I think there's like a clip of that, and one guy said like three or four. Yeah, it's from the Uber Danger videos. One guy they told him like it wasn't hardcore, of course, but they told him like three or four times. He was like yo guys, like I hate to say it again, but do not touch the candles. And one guy's like okay, okay, and then he like runs to the candles. Look at what I'm doing. I'm trying to compensate for this frick RP. Look at this. I have the sharp claw. It's like the only thing. Coarse gritted paper. It's like, and rough bronze ring. It's like two bronzes, which people like throw into nothing. Like I know I've used to like sell them to vendor like hundreds of those. It's like so worthless. And I'm literally telling people like I'll give you 20 of these sharp things for two of these rings. I can do it if you don't find what? What does he mean with that? Of course I need him to do it. What is this goofer doing? Crazy. Crazy people. Maybe he thought he could only pull one or something. You think so? I think the world buff gets like mm, this especially this like the ones that give you percents are stronger later, but this one is like very strong when you're like level. Oh, thank you. Ooh, a 20. That's big. He's probably thankful for me saving his ass. Oh, that's another guy. But this one gets not weak, but it's like it's not that crazy when you're like over 30, I guess. But yeah, surely helps. But the thing is, there is only so much. How can I say it? Uh, there is only so as much as it can help you when you have like weapons like these. Like it cannot turn this into a I don't know, like freaking King's Bane or something. You know, it's still you're still using a shitty weapon, so it's like the attack power is only like boosting a very weak weapon. So that's kind of the way it scales. But yeah, there's no argument. It helps, definitely. Especially when you're like level 10 and the mobs are like 50 HP. Like you just one shot everything. It's the best leveling. Come on. Look, I'm gonna ding. I literally opened my stream. Uh, I did like some of these. I got a level and now I'm gonna get another level. So it's time for you to make your mage. Before you go make your mage, man. Let me wait, don't go. Can you not go for a second? I'm gonna make your mage. I'm gonna turn my screen black. 1 second. Are you here still? Oh, King's Blood, I can take it. Okay, let's pump this up. Perception, by the way, gives you a 2% crit now as well. They. Oh, I dinged. He left. What? Okay. Uh, decision. Hmm. What is he doing? Okay, guys, we got it. What do we do now? Do I log out? 29. Or should I push forward for 30? Hmm. Guess we can do that. Okay, let's play something. You think?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're going to go over 2 disappearances that simply don't make sense. These are the types of stories that will make your head hurt because they're just so strange. One was even caught on video, but despite this, it's still a complete mystery to this day, and the video itself is just extremely weird. You'll see what I mean, and as always, viewer discretion is advised. Lauren Ann Ron was born in Manchester, New Hampshire on April 3rd, 1966. We don't know much about her childhood, but her parents divorced when she was still an infant. Lauren also didn't have much contact with her father growing up, and she and her mother Judith moved to Miami, Florida when she was just 4 years old because after the divorce, her mother wanted a fresh start. Things unfortunately didn't work out like she planned, and she and Lauren would end up moving back to Manchester in 1976. By 4 years later in 1980, they lived on a 3rd-floor apartment and Lauren attended junior high a few blocks away. And despite the somewhat inconsistent home life, what was constant throughout Lauren's life was that she was a dreamer and a free spirit, and she absolutely loved singing and dancing. She often even told her closest friends that she wanted to run away and make it big as an actress and performer. She was also close to her mother too, but like many people her age, unbeknownst to her mother, Lauren began drinking and smoking while she was still in junior high. By the spring of 1980, her mother Judith was dating a professional tennis player, and as she often did, she planned to accompany him to an out-of-town match over the weekend on Saturday, April 26. Lauren usually went with her mother when she traveled with her boyfriend, but that weekend she was on spring break and she begged her mother to let her stay in the apartment by herself. Judith hemmed and hawed about this, but eventually agreed. After all, it was only a few weeks before Lauren's 14th birthday, and she planned on getting back to Manchester early on the morning of Sunday, April 27th. It would just be one night alone. After her mother left, Lauren spent most of the day in the apartment doing chores, watching TV, and talking on the phone with her friends. Several family members dropped by to check on her, and then that afternoon, she walked to a nearby liquor store to stock shelves. Lauren didn't actually work there, but one of her friends said she occasionally did odd jobs around the store in exchange for free drinks. And in fact, she had a bottle of wine and a 6-pack of beer when she got back to the apartment later that afternoon. Shortly thereafter, she called a male friend and a female friend and asked if they want to drink, hang out, and listen to music at the apartment. They were reluctant at first, but they said they'd be right over when Lauren told them her mother was out of town and that they'd have the place to themselves. The 3 friends then spent the next several hours talking and listening to music, nothing really out of the ordinary. At about 12:30 a.m., they heard loud voices in the hallway. They didn't know exactly who it was, but it seems they all panicked and thought it was her mom coming home early. It seems that having a boy over late at night might get them in trouble, and her male friend either panicked and left out the back door or Lauren told him to leave. Whatever the case, the boy also apparently heard the door locked behind him. Here's where things start to get weird. As it turns out, it wasn't Judith and her boyfriend in the hallway after all, but either way, Lauren's male friend was long gone by the time she realized it was a false alarm. Judith and her boyfriend would end up showing up about 45 minutes later, but when they arrived, something was off. When they got there, the first thing they noticed was that the hallways on all 3 floors were totally dark. They initially thought the power was out, but after taking a closer look, they realized that someone had intentionally unscrewed all of the light bulbs. This was odd, but not necessarily alarming just yet. They initially suspected that it was some sort of prank or something, but then when they got to the apartment, they were surprised to find that the front door wasn't locked. Judith's boyfriend then immediately went to the back of the apartment while she walked to Lauren's bedroom. At that point, she just wanted to make sure her daughter was okay and maybe to admonish her for being so careless. From the doorway, she saw a dark figure sleeping in her bed. Then moments later, her boyfriend walked down the hallway and told her that the back door was open. By then, Judith was more confused and a little annoyed about the unscrewed light bulbs and the open and unlocked doors. So to get to the bottom of it, she went into Lauren's bedroom to ask her what was going on. At that moment, she realized the room smelled like alcohol and that the young woman in Lauren's bed was actually her friend. The friend would then go on to say that she and Lauren fell asleep together there sometime between 12:30 and 1 a.m., but for some reason, Lauren took a pillow and blanket and went to sleep on the living room couch shortly after. This was obviously even more alarming because Lauren clearly wasn't on the couch or anywhere else in the apartment. There weren't any signs of a struggle or a break-in, and it didn't look like anything of value had been taken, but panic slowly began to creep into Judith. Lauren's friend said that she was wearing jeans, a blue plaid blouse, and a light-colored v-neck sweater earlier in the evening, which were still missing, but oddly, Judith found her purse and her shoes next to the living room couch. Judith then got even more panicked and began repeatedly asking the girl what happened and who else was there that night. The friend eventually told her about the boy who'd been there, but other than that, she said she was too intoxicated to remember anything. By then, Judith was fully panicking. Her boyfriend did his best to calm her down and suggested that she start calling friends and family members to see if Lauren was with any of them. She wasn't, so Judith and her boyfriend eventually got back into the car and drove around town to see if Lauren had gone out for a walk or passed out somewhere, but again, they didn't find anything. So by 4 a.m., Judith flagged down a police officer and told him that Lauren was missing. Police officers began searching for Lauren within the hour, and later that morning, investigators interviewed dozens of friends, family members, and neighbors to see if anyone knew anything. Investigators quickly cleared the two friends who were with Lauren that night, but after hours and hours of interviews, the only thing they came up with was that she regularly told her friends she wanted to run away. Officers also visited a number of local businesses in the hope that someone would remember seeing Lauren, but nobody had. Then, just when it looked like they reached a dead end, a bus company employee told them that he sold a ticket to a girl who looked a lot like Lauren the day she disappeared. One of the company's drivers would even claim that she was on his bus and that she got off at the terminal in Boston, about 50 miles south. This was a potential game changer, but investigators were never able to determine if the girl was Lauren or where she went after getting off the bus. In the meantime, the next few weeks were absolutely unbearable for Lauren's family and friends. They still hoped that the bus company angle would eventually pan out, but when investigators eventually showed the driver a more recent picture of Lauren a few weeks later, he said that the passenger in question might have been another young woman who just looked like her. So in the absence of any evidence of foul play, the authorities ultimately concluded that Lauren finally made good on her promise to run away. They then assured her mother that most runaways came back within a week or two when they realized that life on the run wasn't as exciting or glamorous as they thought it would be. This definitely wasn't consolation to Judith because she never believed Lauren ran away in the first place. They were just too close for her to do that without at least reaching out to let her know she was okay. And even if Lauren had run away, her mother knew she would have taken her clothes, her purse, and her new shoes. As time went on, Judith knew that it was becoming increasingly unlikely that she'd ever see her daughter again. But then on October 1st, 1980, 5 months after her disappearance, she got a phone bill that included charges for 3 calls made from hotels in Santa Ana and Santa Monica, California. Since she didn't know anyone in or have any connection to California, Judith concluded that Lauren must have made the calls, and after a little digging, she found out that the call from Santa Ana was made to a sexual assistance hotline for abused and exploited teens, many of whom were runaways. Judith immediately forwarded this information to the authorities, and a detective contacted the doctor who operated the hotline shortly thereafter, but he denied knowing anything about or having any record of the call. To add to the strangeness, sometime around this time, Judith began receiving mysterious phone calls, and these were extremely strange. She got most of the calls at approximately 3:45 a.m., and this continued for years, but the caller never actually spoke. Judith was initially sure that it was Lauren because the call frequency increased during the holiday season, and later Lauren's aunt also claimed that she got several calls from a young woman who asked her to speak to her son Michael. Lauren's aunt said that the girl sounded a lot like her and that she called him Mike instead of Michael, just like she did when they were kids. Unfortunately, despite all these calls, several years later, Judith would eventually need to change her phone number, at which point the calls obviously stopped altogether. And for a time, there was no new information. Another couple years later, in 1985, an investigator with an organization called Wings for Children called the doctor who ran the same hotline charged to Judith's bill. This time, the investigator was able to get a bit more information, but found that he was sort of evasive in his answers. The man claimed that runaways and exploited teens occasionally visited the home he shared with his wife, and he even said that one of them may have been from New Hampshire. It's unclear why he changed his story, and his evasiveness was strange, but there wasn't much else that could be really done. This prompted the investigator to then visit the motels in Santa Ana and Santa Monica, California the following year to see if she could turn up anything new. She would then learn that one of the motels had allegedly been used as a filming location by an infamous videographer of minors known only as Dr. Z. Unfortunately, she was never able to confirm this, and the identity of the man has never been found. That same year, back in New Hampshire, a former childhood sweetheart of Lorraine's claimed that he got a mysterious call from a young woman who identified herself as Lori. He wasn't actually home at the time of the call, but his mother relayed the information, and he was sure it had to be Lori. But after that, the case just went cold. As with many of these cases, there have been a number of alleged sightings over the years, but none of them have been substantive. So, what we know is that Lorraine disappeared one night from her home in a short window between her friend leaving and her mom coming home. She didn't take any of her personal belongings that we know of, she didn't have any money that we know of, all the light bulbs in her building had been weirdly unscrewed, and maybe most troubling, her mother received strange phone calls for years as well as charges from across the country linked to things that no parent ever wants to find out about their child. It was around 7 o'clock on the morning of January 21st, 2008 when a security guard at a Taiwan finance building showed up for work. As he entered the building, there was little reason for him to believe that this would be anything but an average day for him, but it only took a few steps inside the front door for him to make a discovery that would turn everything upside down. Inside one of the elevators was what looked like a neat pile of clothing on the floor, a highly odd sight for a building that prided itself on order and cleanliness. The finance building was one of the few truly modern-looking structures in the area. It was an 11-story blocky monolith that stood kind of awkwardly over the low-rise rooftops of its surroundings. It also housed high-income families and professionals, people who kept things tidy and quiet. Nobody just left clothing in the elevator, so, perplexed, the guard approached the items. There was one red jacket, a smaller pink one, and 2 pairs of shoes, both neatly placed. It was also winter, and the idea that someone had walked out barefoot, let alone with a child, was immediately disturbing. Still, accidents happen. Maybe someone moved out in a hurry during the night, and maybe they'd come back for them. That seemed like a reasonable conclusion, but something still ate at the security guard. He then made his way to the security office and flipped on the monitors that controlled the building's 13 surveillance feeds. And within minutes, he found what he was looking for, and what he found only furthered the confusion. The footage showed a woman stepping into the elevator with a little girl in her arms. She looked frantic, like she was in a rush, but didn't know why. As the elevator doors closed, she stripped off her red coat and then knelt to remove her daughter's jacket too. Then came her shoes, which she placed beside her. Meanwhile, the child just stood there, quiet and unmoving, as her mother then stared at the elevator panel for the rest of the ride. The woman in the footage also looked agitated and confused as she stared so intently at the changing floor numbers that it was like they were almost speaking to her. When the elevator reached the 11th floor, she picked up the child again and stepped out. A hallway camera then caught a brief glimpse of her turning left down a hallway and then entering a stairwell. The guard then checked the other camera feeds to see where the woman went next, but that's when his blood slowly began to run cold. There was no footage of the woman leaving the building with her daughter, and the only ways out of the building were well covered by the camera system. There was also no footage of her coming back down, no footage of her on any other floor, and nothing of her leaving. All that was left were the abandoned jackets and shoes in the elevator. When officers from the local police department arrived at the scene, the security guard wasted no time ushering them to the footage. He'd already queued up the clip from January 20th, just before 9 p.m. The elevator's interior camera provided a clear view of the woman in the video, later identified as a 37-year-old named Leo. She once again appeared in the frame, carrying her 4-year-old daughter in her arms, and her expression was impossible not to notice. She seemed tense and focused, and there was a hurriedness to her steps as if she were running late for something. She didn't pause to check her surroundings, she just moved straight to the elevator like she knew exactly where she was going. The elevator door slid shut, and then the behavior grew stranger as she removed the jackets and shoes and set them on the floor. When she was done, Leo wore only a white tank top and black vest, and she was barefoot despite the winter cold. There was also no one else in the elevator with the mother and daughter, and no indication of why she was behaving this way. The child was again silent and passive, either unbothered or too young to understand what was happening. Then moments later, the pair got off on the 11th floor, turned down the hallway, and entered the stairwell. Officers watched the footage again and again. It was deeply unsettling, not because of what they saw, but because of what they didn't. And just like the security guard, police found no trace of Leo or the child with her anywhere else in the building. It was like they disappeared into thin air. Within hours, officers were combing every floor and questioning residents. The building's architecture also made the situation even more maddening. It had a single monitored entrance and exit, and the elevator doors were locked down with keycard access between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., a cutoff Leo had barely made. Every floor also had its own hallway cameras, and every stairwell had defined access. There were also no back doors or easy escape routes. This wasn't the type of place you could just slip out unnoticed, and yet there was no trace of Leo and her daughter. Officers then started their search at the top of the 11th floor, the last place the two were seen. Of the 4 possible units on the floor, only 2 were occupied, one by a Buddhist temple and another by a human resources agency. Police also questioned residents on other floors, but no one had seen or heard anything. There were no signs of any disturbance, no one heard unfamiliar sounds the night before, and there was nothing to indicate that a woman and her child had wandered through in the middle of the night. The stairwell also led upwards to the roof and downwards to the other 10 floors. Officers would go on to sweep every level, checking utility closets, maintenance shaft, emergency stairwells, anywhere a person could potentially hide, fit, or fall. They looked in ventilation ducts and storage spaces, above ceiling panels, and under floorboards. They then expanded their search to the surrounding blocks, hoping against hope that Leo had somehow gotten out of the building undetected, but there was no indication of that happening. Her motorcycle was also found to still be parked outside, exactly where she'd left it and untouched. The only confirmed sighting was from a teenage girl at the front of the building who saw Leo enter the lobby and approach the elevator just before 9 p.m. Neither the girl nor Leo exchanged any words during the brief encounter. There was also no overnight security guard on duty there. So next, after tracking down Leo's identity, police questioned her friends and family members, and what stood out most to them was that no one could come up with a reason why Leo would have been at the finance building at all. She didn't have friends or family who lived in the building, not even a passing acquaintance that anyone knew of. By the end of just that first day, the case had slipped from strange to surreal, and with nowhere else to turn, police started looking into Leo herself. To those who knew her, Leo wasn't the kind of person who would just vanish. She was a mother of 4 and a woman whose life revolved around her children. She came from modest beginnings in a rural part of the country, and she had been beautiful in her youth, so much so that she attracted many admirers. But her mother arranged a marriage for her instead, pairing her with a well-off local man who owned land and had enough money to provide a stable life, at least on paper anyway. After marrying, Leo settled into a 3-story home and took on the quiet life as a stay-at-home mother, as the couple had 3 children rather quickly. The man Leo was arranged to be married to, however, wasn't some wealthy Prince Charming that saved her from a life of poverty. He was instead allegedly violent and prone to bouts of heavy drinking and domestic rage. Her husband apparently made life at home a minefield, and eventually Leo had enough and divorced him. This was an act that in a conservative community like hers was met with raised eyebrows and a lot of gossip. Divorce wasn't common there, and it was an act that was looked down upon and harshly judged, but Leo couldn't take any more of her husband's outrageous and violent tendencies. Time passed afterward as the couple started their new lives apart, but her husband remained in the picture, hoping to earn Leo back. He swore he was a changed man, that he'd never drink again, and that he'd be a better husband, and so she gave him another chance. The couple remarried and had another daughter soon after, but it quickly became apparent that nothing had changed with Leo's husband. By 2008, she was for all intents and purposes a single parent, raising 4 children by herself while her husband drifted in and out of drinking binges. He was rarely home and often out at bars. The household income was unreliable too because of his drinking, and the debts were starting to stack up. The weight of all of this was starting to show too, and friends and family noticed that Leo seemed off in the days before her disappearance. Not just like she was tired and stressed, but more like unstable, like something inside her head had become unmoored. She wasn't sleeping well, and her moods shifted unpredictably. The night she vanished, she and her husband had another one of their loud arguments over his out-of-control drinking habits. Afterwards, she told her eldest daughter and her mother that she was going to visit a friend for a few days. She didn't say who she was going to visit, just that she needed to go. She didn't take her ID, wallet, or cell phone. She just grabbed her youngest daughter and left. In the absence of evidence, speculation flooded in. With no sign of Leo or her daughter anywhere in the building or outside of it, the police were left trying to build a narrative out of fragments. One of the earliest theories suggests that perhaps Leo, mentally fragile and overwhelmed, had taken her daughter to the rooftop with the intention of ending things. Police quickly determined that this line of thought was hard to support, though. The rooftop was thoroughly searched, and if Leo had jumped with her daughter, someone would have found them on the ground. But there was also no way off the roof that didn't lead straight back through the cameras. Another theory floated the idea that she'd had a breakdown and tried to discard her identity, hence leaving her ID, phone, and wallet behind. This, however, raised another question. If she did want to disappear, why bring her youngest daughter? This is where the whispers of a secret lover start to grow louder. Maybe Leo had been seeing someone in the building. After all, she did tell her eldest daughter and mother that she was off to stay with an unspecified friend for a few days. Maybe that friend lived in the finance building, but that theory didn't end up holding much water either. The building's longtime security guard had never seen Leo before, and there was no one in the building who admitted to knowing her. Friends of Leo also pushed back on the secret lover theory. Since her husband was always either at work or at bars, she was stuck at home with the children. Leo rarely had time to even leave the house, let alone begin and maintain some kind of secret affair. The most chilling theory, perhaps, though, was the simplest. That something happened to Leo inside that building, something no one saw or heard, and something no one has found any trace of to this day. Could she have encountered someone in that stairwell that took her and her daughter? but again, there's nothing on the security footage to support this. By 2013, the story had become something of a local legend. That year, local police decided to revisit the case in earnest. Maybe they'd missed something in the initial searches of the building in 2008, or maybe new eyes or newer technology could uncover something the original investigation didn't. The finance building was once again searched from top to bottom. Officers re-examined the unoccupied units on the 11th floor and questioned residents again, some of whom had moved in long after the disappearance, but nothing changed. In the end, the re-investigation turned up no fresh evidence, no new leads, and no potential suspects. If anyone in the building knew something, they weren't talking. If there was a secret path or a flaw in the surveillance coverage, it had evaded not just one thorough search, but two, 5 years apart. Almost 2 decades have passed since Leo and her daughter stepped into that elevator and vanished. And all that remains is a handful of unsettling images burned into the memories of those who have watched the footage. In a building filled with security cameras surrounded by people and designed to be secure, a mother and her child simply disappeared. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. I also want to say thanks for all the incredible story suggestions that you've all sent in. There are so many fascinating stories that have now been covered on the channel that I never would have heard of if it weren't for all of you. Also, as a quick note, as the channel has grown, as you might imagine, it's gotten harder and harder to respond to all the messages across platforms. I actually tried for a long time to respond to everything, but it just become too difficult to keep track of everyone. So I'm sorry if you sent something in and didn't get a response. With that said though, the current best way to submit a story is through the story suggestion form in the description, and if you have any other general questions, sending me an email is the best way to get in contact. But anyways, thanks again, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. There have been countless Arctic expeditions featured on the channel. They all generally start with grand ambitions, bold proclamations, and then, inevitably, disaster. Time and time again, ships have vanished into the ice, resulting in the loss of some or all of the crew. But this story is going to be a little bit different. This wasn't an expedition that ended in total ruin. There was no catastrophic sinking, no mass starvation, and yet something happened on this journey that would remain buried for over a century. This would turn out to be a secret so disturbing that when it was finally uncovered in the last 50 years, it completely rewrote the history of the expedition. This wasn't just an Arctic mission gone wrong, it was something far more sinister. As always, viewer discretion is advised. The North Pole had long stood as one of the Earth's last great frontiers and an unclaimed prize at the top of the world, and for good reason. It's an unforgiving place, to say the least, a frozen void of shifting ice, howling winds, and unrelenting colds. The first serious attempt came in 1827 when Sir Edward Parry of the British Royal Navy set out with sleds and boats hoping to reach the pole. He would end up failing after being turned back by treacherous ice floes and the surprisingly fast southward drift of the ice pack. Over the next 5 decades, others would follow who were driven by the same ambition, willing to risk everything for the sake of exploration. The Americans took up the challenge, sending their own expeditions, beginning with Elijah Kent Kane in 1853 and Isaac Israel Hayes in 1860. Each served to push a little further, adding a little more to the growing knowledge of the Arctic, but neither actually came close to reaching the pole. After that came Charles Francis Hall, a man unlike any other explorer before him. He was no Navy officer, scientist, or seasoned seafarer. In fact, he had no formal training at all. He had never commanded a ship, never spent years at sea, and never attended university or studied under the great men of his time. He was instead a blacksmith, an engraver, and a newspaper publisher from Cincinnati, Ohio. In reality, he had spent more time printing articles about Arctic expeditions than he had actually preparing for one, and yet it was his name that would be attached to the most ambitious American attempt yet. So how did such an unlikely man take command of a government-funded mission to the North Pole? The answer is actually fairly simple: charisma, relentless determination, and an obsession that bordered on fanaticism. Charles had become captivated by the Arctic in the late 1850s, when the fate of Sir John Franklin's lost 1845 expedition dominated public imagination. A crew of 129 men had vanished into the ice after their ships became trapped, and the mystery of it all fascinated Charles. He pored over every available report and scrap evidence he could find, and then he did something extraordinary. He went to find Franklin himself. Without official backing or a scientific team, Charles actually launched 2 private Arctic expeditions in the 1860s determined to uncover the fate of Franklin's men. He then went on to live among the Inuit people for 8 years, learning their ways and gathering artifacts and testimony that shed light on the tragedy. And it was in the Arctic that he met Ipurvik and Takulitik, who were English-speaking Inuit people who previously visited England. They taught Charles how to travel across the ice, hunt for food, and survive in a place that had claimed so many before him. When he finally returned home, he brought with him physical relics and invaluable experience, proving he could survive the Arctic, endure its brutal conditions, and navigate its frozen land and seascape. And Charles was a man who could seemingly convince people of anything, particularly of his own capabilities. When he returned to the United States, he presented himself as an expert in the Arctic. He had thoroughly absorbed the knowledge given to him by the Inuit, but rather than acknowledging their role in his survival, he's thought to have reshaped the narrative to elevate himself. When government officials questioned his lack of formal education, he dismissed their concerns, pointing out that many great explorers had no scientific background. He then lobbied relentlessly, pressing his case before Congress, and argued that he, and not the officers of the US Navy, was the right leader for America's next great Arctic venture. And in 1870, his persistence paid off. Congress approved a $50,000 grant for an expedition to the North Pole, and Charles would be its commander. President Ulysses S. Grant himself endorsed the plan, even bestowing onto Charles the honorary title of captain. So, having never commanded a ship before, Charles now had the full weight of the US government behind him, and he would set sail for the top of the world. Charles was then given command of a 287-ton screw propeller steamer called the USS Periwinkle. The ship was then retrofitted at the Washington Navy Yard, reinforced with solid oak and iron sheeting, and renamed the Polaris. This was the moment Charles had spent years fighting for, but it was also the moment the cracks in his vision began to show. While Charles was skilled at winning people over, he was not particularly talented at choosing the right people to join him. He would end up assembling a volatile crew, relying heavily on experienced whalers rather than disciplined naval officers. Among them were Sidney Buddington, experienced whaling captain, George Tyson, who was assistant navigator, and Emil Bessels, a young but brilliant German scientist and surgeon. The problem was that these men didn't respect Charles from the outset. They saw him as an amateur playing the part of an explorer rather than actually being one. And worse yet, there was a history between Charles and Sidney that was somewhat unsavory. The two had clashed years earlier when Sidney refused to let Charles take his Inuit guides further north due to illness, and that resentment lingered. Then, muddying the waters even further, Charles, Sidney, and George were all technically captains in their own right. So from the get-go, the Polaris had too many leaders and not enough unity. But in any case, after a stop at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, the Polaris set out on June 29, 1871 under bright summer skies. This should have been a triumphant moment as America's boldest attempt to reach the North Pole was getting underway, but instead it was the beginning of a slow and inevitable collapse. Trouble started before the ship even left port as the hastily assembled crew began to fracture. 4 men deserted almost immediately, including a cook, a seaman, a fireman, and an assistant engineer, all vanished before the ship even set sail. The steward also turned out to be drunk, and Charles dismissed him on the spot. A replacement assistant engineer then had to be found at the last minute, delaying the voyage before it had even begun. Then, by the time the Polaris even reached St. John's, Newfoundland in Canada, the simmering tensions between the officers and scientific staff had already boiled over into outright defiance. Bessels, with the support of expedition meteorologist Frederick Meyer, flatly refused to recognize Charles's authority over the scientific staff. And their insubordination then quickly spread throughout the ranks, deepening divisions among the crew. Charles might have been the expedition's commander in title, but on board the Polaris, his control over the crew was in question from the start. The men also quickly split into factions, and national identity played a role in the division, as many of the Germans sided with Bessels, while the Americans were more inclined to follow Charles or Sidney. Throughout this, George kept a diary, and in it he noted that by the time they reached Disco Island, Greenland, some crew members were already openly stating that Charles would receive no credit for this expedition. Some had even decided how far they would go before turning back home, regardless of the orders they might receive. Sensing his authority was slipping away, Charles turned to an outside figure to help, Captain Henry Davenport of the USS Congress, which was a supply ship that had accompanied the Polaris north. Desperate to restore discipline, Charles asked for Henry's assistance in extinguishing the dissent among his crew. Henry then came aboard the Polaris and threatened to shackle and remove Frederick for his insubordination, but this only made things worse. In response to the tongue-lashing Henry gave them all of the German crew members threatened to quit. And faced with the failure if the Germans abandoned the mission, Charles was forced to back down, although Henry did deliver a final stern lecture on naval discipline to the crew before departing. This would all be wasted breath though. Almost immediately afterward, the Polaris suffered a critical setback. These specialized blubber fire heaters were somehow lost overboard. Whether this was the result of sabotage, incompetence, or miscommunication remains uncertain, but the impact was devastating. Without them, the ship's ability to generate heat in the Arctic cold was severely compromised. But despite everything, Charles and the expedition pressed on. On August 18, 1871, the Polaris reached Upernavik, Greenland, the last known point of civilization before pushing northward into the ice. Here, Charles recruited an old ally named Hans Hendrik, a respected Greenlandic Inuit hunter who was crucial on previous Arctic expeditions. With Hans aboard, the expedition had an experienced survivalist and someone who could navigate the ice and hunt for food when supplies ran low. With tensions still high, the Polaris moved northward into the uncharted waters of Smith South and the Nares Strait, surpassing previous records by explorers Kane and Hayes. So finally, for the first time in months, Charles had reason to feel hopeful. The ship was further north than any American vessel before, and the goal seemed to be within reach, but beneath the surface, the same resentment festered. If he had hoped this milestone would unify the crew, he was mistaken. A critical decision then needed to be made. Should they press forward or winter in place? Charles was determined to go further, but the Polaris was already pinned by ice. Pushing north on foot and by sled was an option, but the crew couldn't agree on the course of action. The conflict at the heart of the expedition came to a head as Charles and George wanted to continue on. They believed that by pushing northward immediately, they could make significant progress toward the North Pole before the ice closed in. Sidney, however, wanted to stop. He called the entire venture a, quote, damn fool's errand and refused to risk the ship any further. Charles and Sidney argued bitterly over this before Sidney walked out of the discussion, no longer willing to listen to Charles's plan. More and more, Charles's power over the expedition slipped away. He couldn't command Sidney, and without Sidney, he couldn't move the ship. So, with no other choice, Charles ordered the Polaris to anchor for the winter at a sheltered cover in Greenland, a place he named Thank God Harbor. Now, it goes without saying that Arctic winters are brutal, and if the crew was going to survive, they would need to fortify their position. Preparations then began as supplies were brought ashore, the crew stocked food and fuel in case the ship was damaged. A winter encampment was also built as the men built shelters in the ice, ensuring they had a fallback in case the Polaris became uninhabitable. Hunting parties were also organized to supplement their rations with muskox, seals, polar bears, and whatever else they could find. But while these were all time-worthy pursuits that would increase their chances of surviving, animosity still ran high among the men. Charles had come to distrust Sidney completely. He actually even confided in George that Sidney could not be trusted with the ship and had several reasons to be concerned. For one, Sidney had raided the alcohol stores, drinking heavily while the expedition teetered on the edge of failure. As the ship's captain, he should have been ensuring the crew's survival, not indulging in alcohol. But incredibly, Sidney was actually not the only one. The chief engineer, Emil Schumann, had gone so far as to craft a duplicate of Sidney's key to the storage area where the alcohol was kept, further eroding discipline on board. So with the expedition's future uncertain and his authority continually slipping, Charles decided he wouldn't sit idly through the winter. If he could push north overland and set a new farthest north record, he might restore his credibility and reinforce his leadership. Before he left, he issued detailed orders to Sidney about how to manage the Polaris in his absence, which was a move that actually likely inflamed tensions further. To Sidney, who was an experienced whaler with decades at sea, the idea of receiving instructions from Charles, who had never commanded a ship before, must have felt like an insult. But in any case, on October 10, 1871, Charles departed on his sledding expedition, accompanied by First Mate Hubbard Chester and two of his trusted Inuit guides, Ipervik and Hans. A few days into the journey, Charles sent Hans back to the Polaris for some forgotten supplies, and he also sent a note from Bessels reminding him to wind the ship's chronometers daily. This was a seemingly small instruction, but one that likely annoyed the German scientist and doctor who held degrees from some of the most prestigious universities in Europe. This new set of trivial instructions likely came off as more micromanagement of the crew, but either way, for 2 weeks, they struggled against the ice and bitter cold, making slow but steady progress northward. Finally, on October 24th, Charles returned to the Polaris victorious and eager to report his findings. By the next morning, however, strangely, he would be fighting for his life. After returning to the ship, Charles was elated. He had done what he set out to do by pushing further north and gathering valuable information, and as he warmed himself in the cabin, he requested a hot cup of coffee. When it was brought to him, he began to drink and almost immediately noticed an unfamiliar sweetness to it. This taste gave him pause for a second, but he continued sipping away, eager to warm himself up. Within hours, however, he was struck by violent stomach pains, he was vomiting uncontrollably and growing increasingly delirious. By the following day, his condition worsened to the point where he could hardly move, and in his fits of consciousness, he made the shocking accusation that someone had poisoned him. These accusations mostly fell on Bessels as well as some of the others among the crew. Charles then refused Bessels' medical treatment and would only accept liquids from Tacolytic, his trusted Inuit companion. George's journal recorded that Charles remained deeply distrustful, believing that he had been deliberately poisoned. Bessels, meanwhile, dismissed the accusations outright. He insisted that Charles had suffered a stroke, possibly brought on or worsened by his exposure to the cold during the sledding expedition, but Charles refused to believe this. Then, inexplicably, after a few days of slight improvement, he relented, allowing Bessels to treat him starting on November 4th. Shortly thereafter, Charles's symptoms rapidly deteriorated. He became completely incoherent, raving in feverish fits before collapsing entirely. By November 8th, Charles succumbed to his ailment and passed away. Bessels would then officially diagnose the cause of death as apoplexy, another term for stroke, but no autopsy was performed. Instead, his body was carried ashore, wrapped in a flag, and buried in the frozen ground of Thank God Harbor. To many of the crew, Charles's death was suspicious, and George made sure to record it in his journal. The timing just seemed too convenient. The conflict between Charles and the senior officers, particularly Sidney and Bessels, had reached a breaking point in the weeks leading up to his death. And with Charles now gone, command of the Polaris fell to Sidney, the very man who had opposed Charles's plans from the beginning. And because Charles was the driving force of the expedition, despite his poor leadership, there was no one left to rally the crew. So instead, the ship descended further into chaos. Sidney took command, but his drinking increasingly became a serious problem. Discipline, or what little of it there was, broke down without Charles's leadership, leaving the men drifting without purpose. Charles had fought for years to lead this mission, and now, just a few months into the journey, he was buried in the Arctic permafrost with his dreams of reaching the North Pole buried with him. And instead of inspiring the crew and pushing forward with the expedition, Sidney allowed the entire venture to collapse. Alcohol floated freely, and while Sidney had already been drinking in excess before Charles died, no one was left to challenge him, so his drunkenness became routine. He also allowed the coal supply to be burned recklessly, and with no clear plan for the future, the ship's stores of fuel were being used at an unsustainable rate. There was also just no firm leadership to keep things in order, so men descended into gambling, drinking, and doing as they pleased. The once grand mission to reach the North Pole had become aimless. Despite the disarray on the Polaris, though, there were at least some among the crew who still want to press forward. On June 6, George and Bessels led a small expedition north by boat, hoping to scout a route closer to the North Pole. Unfortunately, the first attempt failed almost immediately as their whaleboat was crushed by the ice. A second try afterward then failed for the same reason, so with resources dwindling and leadership in shambles, the crew finally abandoned any further attempts at the North Pole. The mission was effectively over. With nothing left to accomplish, Sidney turned the Polaris south in August 1872, intending to return home. By October, as the Polaris drifted southward through Smith Sound, a powerful storm hit, pushing it dangerously off course. And then before anyone could react, the vessel lurched violently and slammed into the ice pack. The hull then shuddered with the impact, tilting at an unnatural angle as water began rushing in. Amid this chaos, Sidney ordered some of the men onto the ice to lighten the ship's load and told others to start throwing cargo overboard. So in the dark, the crew worked frantically, hurling crates, barrels, and supplies onto the surrounding ice. Meanwhile, the wind continued to howl and drowned out their voices as the ice beneath them shifted and cracked. Somewhere in this confusion, 19 men, including George, Frederick, several sailors, the cook, the steward, and all of the Inuit guides had unknowingly drifted away from the Polaris, carried off on a breakaway ice floe. By morning, as the storm calmed down and the sun rose over the frozen landscape, the stranded men found themselves 8 to 10 miles away from the ship, alone on a shrinking island of ice. Desperately, they waved a large cloth toward the Polaris, hoping someone on board would see them. For a full day, Sidney scanned the horizon from the deck, but also prioritized salvaging the ship, and as a result, made no serious attempt to recover the missing men. By the second day, with the ship still in distress, he decided against any further effort to recover them. The castaways, whether they survived or not, were now on their own. As the reality of their situation sank in, George and the others began to take stock of their situation. They had little food, no permanent shelter, and no clear idea of where they were drifting. The Arctic was vast, and the currents could carry them in any direction, like toward open water, toward land, or even into the heart of the ice pack. In the face of all of this, however, the Inuit among them saved their lives. Ipervik, Takulitik, and Hans immediately took control of the situation, building igloos from snow and ice. They also fashioned crude lamps from blubber and managed to hunt seals, providing meat for the desperate men. As days stretched into months, the castaways endured the relentless Arctic winter. Temperatures plunged well below freezing, snowstorms battered their shelters, and rations dwindled. At times, they were even forced to eat frozen seal entrails to stay alive. They also had no way of knowing where they were drifting, only that they were moving. Frederick, believing that they were near the Greenland coast, argued they should attempt to row ashore, but George, relying on his navigational skills, suspected the opposite, and that they were actually on the Canadian side of the Davis Strait, far from land. His assessment was actually correct, but unfortunately, the group dismissed George's warnings and burned one of the whaleboats for firewood, unknowingly destroying one of their only chances to reach safety. So for 6 months, they drifted on their shrinking ice floe, surviving only because of the skill and resilience of the Inuit hunters. Finally, on April 30th, 1873, they spotted a whaling ship named the Tigress sailing off the coast of Newfoundland. This meant that the ice floe had carried them nearly 1,800 miles or nearly 2,900 kilometers south. Starving, exhausted, and barely clinging to life, the castaways signaled frantically until moments later, the whaling crew pulled them from the ice and into the safety of the ship's hold. After 190 days lost at sea, they had survived. As all of this had been going on, Sidney had his own troubles. With coal stores running dangerously low, he realized that they couldn't make it back to civilization before winter closed in again. So by October 16, 1872, he had made a fateful decision. He would run the ship aground near Edda in northern Greenland. Then, stripped of its sails and left with barely enough fuel to survive, the Polaris was reduced to a half-submerged wreck. The crew salvaged what they could, building a makeshift hut from the lumber torn from the ship's frame. They would also have to endure these winter conditions, relying on the help of the local Inuit to survive. And for months, they also waited for a chance to escape, and when spring arrived, the remaining men used wood from the ship to build 2 small boats, hoping to reach open waters. On June 3rd, 1873, they launched southward, and about a month later, they were spotted by a passing whaler and rescued. Against all odds, every single member of the Polaris crew made it back home, except one. It was a strange and bitter irony that the most disastrous Arctic exploration in American history had not resulted in mass casualties, as Franklin's had decades earlier, yet it ended in mutiny, betrayal, and potentially murder. As the survivors returned home, the US government was preparing an inquiry to investigate exactly what happened in the Arctic. At the heart of the hearings was the most disturbing unanswered question of all: had Charles been murdered? The first to testify was George, and he wasted no time describing the tensions between Charles, Sidney, and Bessels. He also described the drinking and disorder that followed Charles's death and Charles's own accusation that he had been poisoned. The board then turned its attention to Frederick, who confirmed much of George's account and added another damning revelation, which was that Sidney had been drunk for most of the journey south. One by one, more testimony painted a picture of a ship in chaos. Steward John Heron then took the stand and addressed the most crucial detail of all, which was the cup of coffee. He testified that he had not made the coffee that Charles drank on the day he fell ill. The ship's cook had instead prepared it, and John had no idea how many people handled the cup before it was delivered. When Sidney and Bessels were then questioned, Sidney denied everything. He claimed he never obstructed Charles's leadership, refused to go further north, or that he had ever been drunk. Then, when asked directly about the cause of Charles's death, Bessels gave a carefully crafted response, relaying his belief that Charles died from a stroke, and that the treatment he provided the captain, which included giving him quinine, a medicine used to treat malaria, was the best possible option under the circumstances. Finally, after weeks of this testimony, the Board of Inquiry issued its official findings. The final report stated that Charles had died of natural causes brought on by apoplexy. The surgeons of both the Navy and Army supported this diagnosis, and the accusations of poisoning were dismissed as delirium-induced paranoia. No charges were ever filed, and no one was held accountable. The Board of Inquiry had in effect closed the case, but Charles's death remained one of the Arctic's greatest mysteries, and almost a century later, science would step in to prove what really happened aboard the Polaris. In 1968, Arctic historian Chauncey C. Loomis set out for Thank God Harbor with a plan to exhume Charles's body and conduct a modern forensic analysis. Luckily, the permafrost of Greenland was a natural time capsule, and if Charles had been poisoned, there was a chance that his remains still held the answer. So with a team of scientists, Chauncey was granted permission to conduct the exhumation, and when they finally uncovered Charles's grave, they found him astonishingly well preserved. His coffin, clothing, and even his skin and hair remained intact after being locked in the ice for nearly 100 years. This preservation allowed them to extract samples of bone, fingernails, and hair for chemical testing, and when the results came back, they were shocking. They confirmed what Charles himself suspected. His body contained extremely high levels of arsenic, particularly in the samples of his hair and nails. Arsenic, which would have been in the medical kit during his time period, is extremely hazardous to humans and is known to have a slightly sweet taste when consumed. And the concentration suggested he had received large doses of it over the last 2 weeks of his life. With the final proof in hand, historians turned back to the question that had haunted the Polaris expedition from the moment of Charles' death: who administered the poison and why? The most obvious suspect was Bessels, who was the only medical professional on board who had direct control over Charles's treatment. If the captain's coffee had been poisoned, Bessels was in the best position to orchestrate it. The motive, however, still remained somewhat murky until a new clue surfaced in 2015. That year, a previously unknown letter from Charles to a sculptor named Vinnie Ream was discovered. Vinnie was a talented and well-connected artist famous for her sculptures of Abraham Lincoln. Charles had been close to her and even displayed a statue of Lincoln that she had given him in his cabin aboard the Polaris. Bessels, as it turned out, had also maintained correspondence with Vinnie and had socialized with her in Washington before the expedition. And most importantly, the letters suggested that Charles and Bessels may have been romantic rivals. Bessels had written to Vinnie before the expedition, expressing his desire to see her again, and if he had viewed Charles as his competitor for her affections, his resentment may have run deeper than just professional animosity. But while the discovery of arsenic in Charles's remains finally solved the mystery of his death, obviously no one was ever held accountable. By the time the murder was confirmed, everyone involved had long since passed away. Bessels returned to the United States after the failed expedition and continued his career without consequence. Sidney, too, faced no formal punishment, and the Navy never reopened its investigation despite the new evidence. Charles had dreamed of reaching the North Pole, and while he came close, he had become one of its victims at the hands of the very men he had entrusted with the expedition and his life. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you want to listen to the audio-only version of these videos, you can listen wherever you listen to podcasts. If you want to support the channel, consider joining the Patreon or becoming a channel member on YouTube. Also, if you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description. Anyways, thanks again, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. In the winter of 1870, a man entered deep into the Canadian North with his family for hunting. In the spring, however, only the man returned, and the story the man told afterward didn't seem right, prompting a search for the man's camp. When his camp was finally discovered, it would be one of the most gruesome scenes in Canadian history, so much so that it almost intermingled with legend. As a quick warning for the skeptics out there, you probably won't like how this story starts, but I promise you if you stick with it, it comes around. And as a warning, although the events are fleeting and non-descriptive, they are some of the most disturbing covered on the channel, so viewer discretion is strongly advised. Deep in the frozen wilderness of the Canadian North, a legendary shadow lurks. One not of a man or a beast, but of something darker. Among the Cree and Algonquin peoples, stories of the shadow were whispered around campfires, told to children as warnings of what might happen when the human spirit succumbs to greed, desperation, or hunger. And these tales, passed down through generations, carried a mixture of fear and reverence for the entity they described. Known as the Wendigo, this shadow was more than a monster. It was more like a cautionary specter that feasted on the fragility of the human soul. Legends tell of its gaunt, towering form and blackened skin stretched thin over protruding bones. The Wendigo is also said to have moved on grotesque feet nearly a yard long with only a single toe, and its hideous fingers ended in claws that could disembowel a man with one swipe. Its voice is also said to have boomed and echoed like thunder, striking fear into even the bravest hunters. But more than its appearance, it was the Wendigo's insatiable hunger that defined it. It was said to have a craving for human flesh that drove it to commit acts so vile and unspeakable that they blurred the line between fiction and reality. It was said that those who encountered it faced not just a predator, but a force that feeds on the weakness of humanity itself. Now, the Wendigo is often spoken of in three distinct forms within Cree and Algonquin traditions. The first is of a superhuman monster that may or may not have once been human. The second is as a person possessed by the Wendigo's spirit, driven by its hunger to commit unspeakable acts. And lastly, the Wendigo is sometimes seen as a cultural symptom, a sort of psychological obsession compelling its victims to crave human flesh. Each of these interpretations adds to the legend, revealing the complexity and the fear it embodies. But in the end, they're all just a story, right? In the late 19th century, a Cree man named Swift Runner was equally respected and feared. He was a skilled hunter who stood at an imposing 6'3", and he was once the epitome of strength and resourcefulness, traits necessary to thrive in the unforgiving Canadian frontier. Much of Swift Runner's early life remains a mystery, but in the 1870s he had risen to prominence as the chief of a small band of Plains Cree. This band lived off the land's resources and traded furs for essentials like tea, flour, and guns at Fort Edmonton. And his reputation extended far beyond his own people too. In 1875, traders from the Hudson's Bay Company were so impressed by his intelligence and reliability that they recommended him to the Northwest Mounted Police as a trustworthy guide. For a time, it seemed like Swift Runner's skills and leadership could bridge the world of the Cree and the encroaching settlers. Beneath this promising exterior, however, was a darker side. Unfortunately, like many in the region, Swift Runner had been introduced to alcohol through trade, and its influence on him was devastating. He developed a taste for whiskey in particular, and anytime the liquor touched his lips, a metamorphosis would take place. When sober, Swift Runner was a man of considerable charm and competence, but when drunk, he became a terror. Stories began to spread of his violent outbursts, and his once respected name became synonymous with fear. His short tenure as a scout for the Mounted Police then ended in disgrace, and his downward spiral worsened. It was during this period of decline that Swift Runner's life intersected with the legend of the Wendigo. According to Cree tradition, the Wendigo's influence could seep into those weakened by desperation or moral corruption, and Swift Runner's first encounter with this darkness occurred years earlier during a hunting trip with a young boy deep in the forest. When the two ran out of food and starvation began, the boy died of hunger and Swift Runner consumed his remains. This act was unthinkable, and to some, it marked Swift Runner as vulnerable to the Wendigo's possession. And whether the monster was real or a manifestation of his guilt and despair, the shadow of this legendary being loomed over him from that moment on. By 1878, Swift Runner's decline had accelerated, and as his drinking worsened, his violent tendencies grew more pronounced, as did the whispers of the Wendigo's influence that followed him. Despite these ominous signs, however, half the time he remained a man of immense capability, and this contradiction made the events of that winter all the more shocking. As the cold winds of the season began to sweep across the northern wilderness late that year, Swift Runner and his family embarked on a hunting expedition deep into the Sturgeon River country. For generations, the Cree had relied on these trips to sustain them throughout the harsh months. Swift Runner led his wife Charlotte and their 6 children along with his brother and mother into the forest with hopes of returning with loads of meat and fur. It was a familiar custom and one that should have ensured their survival, but this particular winter was unforgiving. Game became increasingly scarce and the family's traps cut almost nothing. Day after day, they combed the snow-covered terrain in search of sustenance, but their efforts were in vain. Hunger then began to gnaw at them, and the desperation settled in like the frost creeping over their camp. They soon resorted to eating what little they could scavenge, including bark, roots, and eventually even the dried moose hide that served as their tent. As the weeks dragged on, survival became an increasingly difficult prospect, and the youngest of Swift Runner's children would succumb to starvation. However, grief-stricken but still clinging to hope, the family pressed on. Then one day, Swift Runner's brother and mother ventured further into the wilderness, determined to find game to hunt, only to never return. The loss of his brother and mother left Swift Runner and what remained of his family even more isolated. Trapped in this endless cold, their suffering deepened, and hunger does strange things to the mind. As the days blurred into nights, Swift Runner's thoughts grew darker. Soon, he began to dream of the Wendigo. In the spring of 1879, Swift Runner was the only member of his family to emerge from the forest. He arrived at the Oblate Mission in St. Albert with a story of unimaginable hardship. He told the priest that his entire family perished in the wilderness as one by one they had been claimed by starvation. As he recounted the tragedy, however, there were unsettling details he didn't seem to have answers for. Why had he been the only one to survive? And how was it that a man who endured such deprivation could appear to be so well fed? These questions lingered, but for now, the priest chose to believe Swift Runner and offered him shelter and prayers. But simultaneously, the shadow of the Wendigo approached even closer now, and the truth was darker than anyone could have imagined. Suspicion continued to build in the quiet halls of the Oblate Mission. While Swift Runner played the role of the grieving father, troubling inconsistencies haunted the minds of the priests he relayed the story to. And whispers from other Cree hunters hinted that starvation had not been so severe in the Sturgeon River country that winter. And to add to that, Swift Runner's appearance, which was healthy to the point of passing for robust, stood in stark contrast to the image of a man who had barely survived a harsh winter. These doubts eventually reached the mounted police, prompting a decision to investigate further, and Sergeant Richard Steele, a seasoned officer, was dispatched to St. Albert to confront Swift Runner. At first, Swift Runner stuck to his story, repeating his account of a family consumed by starvation, but his responses to pointed questions were evasive, and Richard sensed something was wrong. Swift Runner was then arrested, seemingly on general suspicion, and a police party was assembled to accompany him back to his winter camp in search for evidence. The journey there was arduous, with Swift Runner shackled and riding in a cart pulled by a horse. He initially guided the party along the trail to Sturgeon River, but as the days passed, it became clear that he was deliberately leading them astray. Police then grew increasingly frustrated and were unsure of how to proceed. Finally, one of the Métis scouts, George Washington Brazeau, suggested an unconventional tactic. One evening, George brewed up a potent mix of tea and chewing tobacco and left it to steep overnight. George said that this would be a strong medicine intended to loosen Swift Runner's tongue. And the next morning, after consuming the beverage, Swift Runner's demeanor changed completely. As the brew took hold, he grew more agitated and his defenses crumbled under the weight of interrogation. So with little choice left and apparently unable to continue being deceitful, Swift Runner agreed to lead the party on to the site of his camp. After more travel through the wilderness, the party came to a clearing that from a distance looked to be the location of a recently abandoned campsite, and it didn't take long for Swift Runner's story to begin collapsing. The party's very first find all but threw Swift Runner's initial account of what happened into complete falsehood. Draped over a few trees was the moose hide that was used to construct a tent, completely intact and not cut into pieces so it could be boiled for food like Swift Runner claimed. Then when they got closer to the campsite, they saw the remains of unspeakable carnage. Strewn across the ground were the skeletal remains of Swift Runner's family. 8 human skulls, fragments of bone, and scraps of clothing all scattered like debris. The femurs and other long bones had had their marrow extracted, and the skulls bore the signature marks of a sharp instrument. Then in the center of the camp, more boiled bones lay amid piles of ash with bits still clinging to them. And upon closer inspection, the remains were apparently found to display the unmistakable drag marks of human teeth. And one discovery in particular horrified the party. Among the remnants was a particularly small skull bearing the same marks as the others. The trunks of nearby trees were also smeared with greasy handprints, and an iron pot coated with fat sat discarded between some bushes. The scene painted a picture not of desperation, but of calculated and repeated acts. When confronted with this evidence, Swift Runner's facade disintegrated. Although he continued to claim that starvation had driven him to consume his family, his own well-fed appearance betrayed the darker truth. The Wendigo shadow, it seemed, had fully descended over the camp. With the gruesome evidence of the camp forever burned into their minds, the mounted police shackled Swift Runner once again and brought him back to Fort Saskatchewan. The return journey was tense as the man the party now viewed as a monster sat silently in the cart with a complete lack of remorse in his eyes. Upon arrival at the fort, Swift Runner was placed into a small interrogation room where the bones were set on the table in front of him, forcing him to confront the evidence. Initially, Swift Runner again maintained a story of starvation and reiterated in a voice that was calm and collected. As the interrogation dragged on, however, he began to crack. When he was asked to identify the bones, he did so with chilling nonchalance, even picking one of them up before laughing and exclaiming, "This is my wife." The investigators were unnerved by this lack of emotion but continued to press him even further. Details of the horrific winter then began to emerge as Swiftrunner confessed that starvation had not driven him to his crimes, at least not at first. He spoke of falling ill in February of 1879 with his mind clouded by visions of the Wendigo. His dreams, he claimed, had turned dark and were filled with the whispers urging him to kill. He then recounted the fateful moment when hunger and madness overcame him. One morning, as the sun lay near the fire, Swiftrunner took his gun and shot him before descending on him to finish the job. In his confession, he admitted that his family was still alive at this point, but he chose to keep the true nature of the death a secret. For days, he fed on the remains, while the others knew nothing of what happened other than that he had passed away. As the weeks went on though, Swiftrunner's madness deepened. He described forcing another set of siblings to attack one another and having them prepare the remains afterward. Later, the youngest met an even more gruesome fate that won't be described here. But either way, one by one, each of them fell before they were consumed in the name of his unrelenting hunger. The investigators were obviously horrified by the level of detail in Swiftrunner's confession, and when asked why he had committed such atrocities, he blamed the Wendigo. The spirit, he insisted, had driven him to kill and feast upon his family, but obviously again, his claims of possession did little to absolve him in the eyes of police. They believed the crimes were not of supernatural influence, but instead of a man's descent into depravity. By the end of the interrogation, there was no doubt of Swiftrunner's guilt. He was then formally charged with the murder of his family, and his trial would begin on August 16, 1879 in Fort Saskatchewan. This marked the first murder trial in the history of Western Canada. When that day finally came, the courtroom was packed with settlers, Cree observers, and members of the Northwest Mounted Police, all eager to witness the proceedings as the ugly nature of the case had captured the region's attention. On the stand, Swiftrunner didn't deny the charges against him. He admitted to killing his wife and 5 of his children, although he continued to claim that his youngest son had died of starvation and that his mother and brother had disappeared into the wilderness. Witnesses then testified to the evidence found at the camp, and the prosecution emphasized the disturbing signs of calculated acts. They argued that Swiftrunner's actions went far beyond desperation, painting a picture of a man who embraced monstrosity. In his defense, Swiftrunner's lawyer attempted to invoke the Wendigo legend, suggesting that his client's actions were the result of possession. This argument, however, held little weight in the colonial legal system, which dismissed such claims as superstition. And this made the jury's task clear, and after 2 days of deliberation, they returned with a unanimous verdict, finding Swiftrunner guilty. The judge then sentenced Swiftrunner to the gallows, set for December 20th. This ruling sent a clear message to the Cree community and the settlers alike that justice would be quick and unrelenting, even in the face of cultural differences. As the date approached, Swiftrunner reportedly confessed further details of his crimes to Father Hippolyte Leduc, who was the oblate priest who attended him during his imprisonment. According to this confession, Swiftrunner and his family had no luck hunting, so they first killed and ate their dogs. Then, while his brother and mother went out hunting, Swiftrunner stayed back with his wife and 5 children, but when his brother and mother didn't return, his wife took 5 of the children to go look for them. This left Swiftrunner alone with his son, who he admitted to attacking and consuming in the days after his wife and other children departed. While wandering around the forest afterwards, Swiftrunner ran into his wife and other children and told them that the boy that was left with him had died of starvation. The rest of the family then sadly accepted the news and returned to camp. Just a few days later though, Swiftrunner entered a state of unprovoked rage and shot his wife before attacking all but one of the others. With only one left, Swiftrunner and him feasted on the remains of Charlotte and the others for more than a week. Then as the weather started to warm up, hunting became a lot more of a viable prospect, but in the back of Swiftrunner's mind was the thought that the 7-year-old would one day tell the others of his father's atrocities. So rather than risk it, Swiftrunner finished and dealt with him the same way as the others. The priest would later describe these confessions as deeply unsettling and a blend of remorse and resignation. But despite his claims of Wendigo possession, Swiftrunner accepted a sentence with a stoic demeanor. Finally, on the frigid morning of December 20th, the North Saskatchewan River was frozen beneath a thick blanket of snow near the prison yard. In the biting cold, the temperature hovered around an unforgiving minus 40 degrees, freezing all but the fire which a group of about 60 Cree and Métis trappers huddled. They, along with the fort's 20-man garrison, had gathered to witness the end of Swiftrunner. On the scaffold platform, Father Leduc stood beside the condemned as the icy air seemed to amplify the weight of the moment. And although the priest shivered, sweat ran down his temples and back because of the tension of that day. Bound at the arms and legs, Swiftrunner maintained a calm demeanor. He examined the hastily constructed scaffold and stepped onto the trapdoor with a surprising, almost childlike cheerfulness. And before the sentence was carried out, he addressed the crowd at the priest's urging. He thanked the mounted police for their kindness during his incarceration and expressed regret for his actions before turning to the executioner and scolding him for making him wait so long in the bitter cold. When it was clear that he was done speaking, the lever was pulled and the trapdoor was opened in front of a silent audience. Swiftrunner's execution marked the culmination of a tale that straddled the boundary between myth and reality. To some, he was a man driven to madness by hunger and isolation, but to others, he was the embodiment of the Wendigo, a legend came to life in the unforgiving wilds of the Canadian North. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the forum found in the description. Also, in case you weren't already aware, if you want to listen to the audio-only version of these videos, you can listen wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, if you want to support the channel, consider joining the Patreon or becoming a channel member here on YouTube. Anyways, thanks again, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. The Franklin Expedition of 1845 is one of the most infamous expeditions in the history of exploration, and in the end it resulted in the disappearance and later disturbing findings of the fate of the crew. In fact, though, this was not his first expedition. Franklin made several trips to the most northern and unexplored reaches of North America 20 years earlier, one of which is equally infamous for different reasons. And it is maybe even more gruesome because a first-hand account can make a story much more horrific than one that's pieced together by archaeological findings. This is Franklin's Coppermine Expedition, and as always, viewer discretion is advised. Today's video is sponsored by Babbel, one of the top language learning apps in the world. If you're a long-time subscriber, you probably know that I spent a ton of time studying French in school, only to forget most of it because I wasn't using it. This was a huge bummer because of how much time and effort it took to learn French in the first place, and as you might imagine, not at all helpful in a country where a good portion of the population is French-speaking. So I was really excited when Babbel reached out about partnering. Babbel has been the perfect way to brush up my French. They are it was in this transition period that Sir John Barrow, the second Secretary of the Admiralty, set his sights on one of the most coveted goals of exploration, which was the discovery of the Northwest Passage. As has been covered on the channel several times before, this elusive sea route was rumored to cross the icy waters of the Arctic and was hoped to connect Europe with East Asia, opening a faster and more efficient path for trade. The idea of this passage north had interested European powers for centuries, and while unconfirmed at the time, there was some evidence to suggest that it might exist. Whalers in the Bering Strait reported finding whales with harpoons and scars from opposite sides of the globe, hinting at a connection between the Arctic and Atlantic Oceans. However, the maze of islands and frozen waters beyond Canada's northern shores remained largely unmapped, and what little that was known had been gathered through sporadic sightings and indigenous knowledge, with most coastlines never being seen by European eyes. So for Barrow and his ambitions, the Northwest Passage held the promise of immense economic and geopolitical power. If the British could chart this route, they could control a maritime shortcut to the wealth of Asia and secure their dominance on the global stage. In 1818, the Admiralty made its first trip into the Arctic under Barrow's renewed direction, but the results were disappointing. Captain John Ross sailed into Lancaster Sound, which was the supposed gateway to the Northwest Passage, but turned back prematurely, mistaking it for a dead-end bay. Around the same time, another explorer, David Buchan, who was attempting to reach the North Pole directly, returned with nothing more than stories of impenetrable ice north of Spitsbergen in Norway. However, these failures would only make Barrow more determined, and by the following year, the strategy had shifted. Two expeditions were then planned. The first, under William Edward Parry, would again attempt to find an entrance via Lancaster Sound, while the other would take a different approach and embark on an overland journey to the Arctic coast by way of the Coppermine River. This second group was planned to map the uncharted coastline and maybe rendezvous with the first expedition's ships if everything went smoothly. To lead this ambitious overland expedition, Barrow selected John Franklin, who was at the time a promising naval lieutenant who served under Buchan on the failed 1818 mission. You may also recognize his name from another infamous expedition. But anyway, although he was relatively untested in such extreme conditions at the time, Franklin was known for his calm demeanor and determination, and he would need both in the challenges that lay ahead. He was being asked to map the northern coast of an entire continent and document its mysteries along the way. In doing so, Franklin's expedition would either confirm the Northwest Passage as navigable or prove it as a myth. And again, unlike the first two seaborne missions of Perry and Ross, Franklin's journey would be focused heavily on land travel across some of the harshest and least explored terrain in North America. So with so many unknowns ahead, Franklin's orders from the Admiralty were broad, allowing him significant flexibility in decision-making. His primary goal was to map the Arctic coastline, starting from the mouth of the Coppermine River, ideally reaching Repulse Bay, where he might connect with Perry's ships. But if conditions made this difficult, he had the option to head westward and chart the coast between the Coppermine and Mackenzie rivers instead. Then, beyond exploration, Franklin's team was also tasked with gathering weather data, studying the magnetic effects of the northern lights, and recording detailed observations of the plants, animals, and indigenous peoples they encountered. Essentially, the expedition needed to balance exploration with scientific discovery, which was made even more difficult by their limited budget. Because of their limited resources, Franklin's expedition depended heavily on two fur trade rivals, the Hudson's Bay Company and the Northwest Company, for food, transportation, and skilled labor. Métis explorers, known for their remarkable endurance and deep knowledge of the land, would be hired to work as boatmen and laborers, while the Yellowknife people, who were indigenous to the region, would serve as guides and hunters. Then, to help lead the expedition, Franklin carefully selected a small but capable group of 4 key men. The first, Dr. John Richardson, who was a naturalist, would be Franklin's second in command and would be responsible for documenting the Arctic's wildlife and environment. Then, Robert Hood and George Back were 2 young officers who would be assisting with mapping and recording the journey through illustrations and written accounts. And finally, John Hepburn, who was an experienced sailor and problem solver, would handle the practical tasks and maintain morale among the crew. Together with the Métis explorers and indigenous guides, these men would form the backbone of the expedition. After planning was done, preparations began in early 1819, but challenges arose immediately. Franklin's tight budget forced him to accept whatever supplies the fur trading companies could spare, which often included outdated equipment and insufficient provisions. The rivalry between the Hudson's Bay Company and the Northwest Company also further complicated things. Because of their competition with one another, they were reluctant to fully cooperate with Franklin, often providing less support than promised. But either way, finally, on May 23, 1819, the expedition set sail from Gravesend, England, aboard a Hudson's Bay Company supply ship. Almost immediately, though, the journey got off to an almost comical start. While stopping off the Norfolk coast, George Back disembarked for personal reasons, only to be accidentally left behind when favorable winds prompted the ship to leave without him. Luckily, he hurriedly traveled by stagecoach and ferry and eventually caught up with the expedition in Orkney, Scotland, and this was only an extremely minor setback in the grand scheme of things. It was once they arrived in Canada that the real challenges began. The team then began an exhausting 1,700-mile trek from York Factory on Hudson's Bay to Great Slave Lake in the Northwest Territories. To do this, they followed established fur trade routes by canoe and on foot, stopping at key trading posts along the way. But as you might imagine, this journey inland was grueling. Supplies were still scarce, and many of the promised provisions from the fur trading companies never arrived. At one point, Franklin had to leave behind essential supplies, trusting that they would be sent after him, but they never were. Meanwhile, tensions among the Métis explorers and indigenous guides began to rise, fueled by the harsh conditions and uncertainty about the mission's success. By the time Franklin and his men arrived at Cumberland House in Saskatchewan in the winter of 1819, it was clear that their expedition would be as much of a test of endurance as it was exploration. The small trading post was basically no more than a log cabin housing 30 Hudson's Bay Company men and offered little comfort against the bitter cold of the Canadian prairie winter. Supplies were also still limited, and to make things worse, hunting game was scarce. Dr. Richardson and Hood recorded their struggles in their journals, with a particular emphasis on how it was a cold unlike any other they'd encountered before. In early 1820, Franklin set off with Back and Hepburn to secure supplies and additional manpower at Fort Chipewyan in Alberta, which would be the next major stop in their journey. And again, the trek was nothing short of brutal. They pushed through dense pine forests and across frozen lakes, enduring temperatures so severe that their tea froze moments after it was poured. Apparently, even the mercury in their thermometer solidified. Also, with no tents for shelter, they actually slept out in the open and literally burrowing into snowdrifts for insulation against the wind. By the time they reached Fort Chipewyan in late March, they were physically exhausted and painfully aware of the enormity of the challenge that lay before them. At this point, they were still only about halfway through their journey. Franklin's optimism was also soon further tempered by reality. The fur trading companies were more concerned with their rivalry than the success of the expedition, and they offered little support. The best explorers, who were essential for navigating the waterways and transporting supplies, either refused to risk their lives on such a dangerous journey or were too entangled in the ongoing fur trade war to be spared. In the end, Franklin managed to recruit 16 explorers, but they were far from the experienced men he had hoped for. Many lacked the endurance and skills needed for the trek ahead, leaving Franklin to contend with an increasingly uncertain future. But either way, by the time Richardson and Hood rejoined the advance party in spring, the expedition moved on to Fort Providence, which was a remote outpost on the northern shore of Great Slave Lake. It was here that Franklin met Akaicho, who was the influential leader of the Yellowknives First Nation who had agreed to assist as a guide and hunter. Akaicho was intelligent and pragmatic, and so he viewed Franklin's ambitious mission with skepticism. He questioned the supposed importance of finding the Northwest Passage, pointing out that Europeans had searched for it in vain for centuries. If it was so truly critical, he reasoned, it would have been found long ago. Despite his doubts though, Akaicho agreed to help, but it was for a price. He insisted that the British provide his people with weapons, ammunition, and tobacco, and that their debts to the Northwest Company be erased. Franklin, obviously eager for his guidance, agreed to the terms with little resistance, and despite his misgivings, Akaicho's guidance would prove invaluable in the months to come. In July of 1820, the party set out from Fort Providence to establish a winter base closer to their ultimate goal, which was the mouth of the Coppermine River. They traveled with Akaicho's band, which led Franklin's team to a site near the Snare River, where they began constructing what would become known as Fort Enterprise. This base was little more than a cluster of wooden huts and was intended to serve as a supply depot for their journey to the Arctic coast. From the outset, however, as with the rest of their expedition, Fort Enterprise was plagued by food shortages and deteriorating morale. Despite promises from Akaicho to stockpile dried meat during the winter, Franklin's men knew that to survive, they would be relying on hunting, which could be highly unpredictable. And this would lead to the winter of 1820 to 1821 at Fort Enterprise being among the most harrowing chapters of the expedition. Food supplies dwindled rapidly, and Akaicho's hunters proved Franklin's men right by failing to find much game to hunt. This led to starvation being an ever-present threat, and Franklin's leadership was tested as tensions within the group started to boil over. A near mutiny among the explorers was barely avoided when Franklin threatened severe punishment for any disobedience. And as winter dragged on, the strain of survival began taking its toll on the expedition's cohesion. Personality clashes among the officers and explorers worsened, with Franklin's positive disposition occasionally at odds with the realities of their situation. Despite these challenges though, the expedition endured, sustained by the faint hope of reaching the Arctic coast and achieving the mission. Little did they know, however, that the hardships at Fort Enterprise were just a prelude. Now with that said, the spring of 1821 brought a fragile sense of renewal to the group. So after enduring the brutal winter at Fort Enterprise, Franklin's party turned their sights northward to resume their journey to the Arctic coast. Supplies remained limited and tensions within the group continued to simmer, but on June 4th, 1821, Franklin led his team northward to the mouth of the Coppermine River, following vague plans to explore eastward along the coastline. The group then set off with 3 canoes and provisions for 2 weeks, supplemented by the promise of food caches to be laid along their route. Progress, though, was unfortunately slow and difficult. The canoes required constant maintenance and were frequently damaged by the rocky riverbeds and stormy weather. Hunting attempts also yielded little, and the explorers grew increasingly restless. Franklin's frustration with the Yellowknife guides also deepened as it became clear that they were also unfamiliar with the terrain, undermining the party's trust in their leadership. Despite these obstacles, though, the expedition reached the Arctic Circle on July 14th. This was a moment of bittersweet achievement because the barren coastline, littered with treacherous ice floes and unrelenting winds, offered little hope of food and shelter. Attempts to trade with Inuit communities also failed when the inhabitants fled their camps, likely as a result of being afraid of these starving explorers. Then when Franklin's party scoured the camp for whatever the Inuit left behind, what they found revealed that the natives were no better off than the party was. Among what little remained were rotting salmon, dried birds, and some dead mice, hardly enough to sustain 25 starving men. Even still, from the mouth of the Coppermine, Franklin pressed eastward along the coast, determined to chart as much of the shoreline as possible. By August 22nd, the party had mapped about 675 miles of coastline, reaching a spot they named Point Turnagain. This aptly chosen name marked the moment Franklin conceded that further progress was impossible. The canoes were damaged beyond repair, the weather was worsening, and their supplies were nearly exhausted. So, with heavy hearts, the group prepared for the arduous return journey. Rather than retracing their route along the coast, Franklin decided to head inland, crossing the uncharted and ominously named Barren Lands. This was a gamble of necessity because the damaged canoes couldn't go any further, and the approach of winter left no time to waste. The party then set off on foot, carrying their remaining supplies and what little equipment they could salvage. As they advanced, sharp rocks tore through their boots, leaving their feet bloodied and raw, and the cold grew even more unrelenting as the season advanced. In addition to that, starvation was closing in like never before, with the party forced to subsist on lichens and, if they were lucky, rotting carcasses every now and then, and the boiled leather from their spare boots. During this, mutiny stirred once again among the explorers, who discarded fishing nets and destroyed canoes in acts of rebellion. Despite these acts of tension, though, the group pressed on, driven by the faint hope of reaching Fort Enterprise and the promise of food and shelter. This made the journey across the Barren Lands a dangerous race against time, as winter arrived early, freezing the rivers and blanketing the ground with snow. On September 26th, the party reached a large river that was likely the copper mine, but their hopes were crushed when they realized it was impassable without boats. Franklin estimated that Fort Enterprise was just 40 miles away from the other side of the river, so in a desperate attempt, Richardson tried to swim across it but was quickly overcome by the icy current and just barely avoided drowning. Meanwhile, one of the explorers, frustrated by the hopelessness of the situation, fled into the wilderness and was never seen again. Ultimately, a makeshift canoe was crafted from willow branches and canvas, which enabled the group to travel the river one by one, but the delay had cost them dearly. 2 days after crossing, it seemed that some of the group had reached their limit and couldn't advance any further. 2 of the explorers were then abandoned after they collapsed from weakness, and exhaustion threatened to claim Hood and Richardson next. In response, the most prudent approach in Franklin's mind was to split the group up. Back and 3 Voyagers were then tasked with pressing ahead to Fort Enterprise to grab supplies and then return. Hood and Richardson, who were too weak to travel, would remain at camp with Hepburn for these supplies. Franklin and the remaining explorers also intended to follow Back's group, but within hours, 4 in that group abandoned the march, resolving instead to rejoin Richardson's group and await rescue. Strangely though, of these 4 men, only one man named Michel showed up back at camp. Meanwhile, Back's group reached Fort Enterprise on October 10th, only to find an empty, desolate post. The much-needed supplies promised by Akaicho were never delivered, putting Back's group in a dire situation as well. So, with no other choice, they then left a note for Franklin and decided to press onward toward Fort Providence, hoping to find help further along. 2 days later, what remained of Franklin's group reached Fort Enterprise on October 12th and hunkered down there to wait, with their hopes pinned on the success of Back's group. By this point, starvation had taken hold, and Franklin's optimism, which had been so consistent throughout the journey, finally began to waver. The men, emaciated and weak, then tore apart the fort's floorboards for firewood and scavenged what little remained of their supplies. They also boiled discarded deerskins for sustenance and ate more lichen that provided minimal nutrition and was difficult to digest. During this harrowing situation, Hood, Richardson, and Hepburn waited, hoping that the relief of rescue was on its way, but they were only met with Michel's bizarre behavior. On several occasions, he left the camp with promises of hunting, and each time he returned carrying meat. Initially, the food was a welcome reprieve, but Michel soon raised suspicion. He frequently disappeared without explanation, refused to gather additional food, and hoarded what he had. Worse yet, his stories about the source of the meat, which he first said was a hare, then a wolf, seemed increasingly implausible. So pretty quickly, they began to suspect that the meat he had provided was not from animals, but instead the bodies of the explorers who left Franklin's group with him to return to camp. And these suspicions culminated in tragedy on October 20th when Hood was found dead from a gunshot wound to the back of his head. Michel claimed it was an accident and that he was cleaning his gun when it went off, but the circumstances, coupled with his increasingly hostile demeanor, told a different story. Richardson and Hepburn then endured 3 days of fearing for their lives until finally there was an opportunity when Michel left to gather lichen. Seizing on the moment, Richardson loaded his pistol, and when Michel returned, Richardson confronted him and pulled the trigger, shooting him dead. With that, they felt they had no choice but to struggle on to Fort Enterprise and reach there on the 29th. Back at Fort Enterprise, though, the situation was maybe even more hopeless. Back's rescue party hadn't returned, and the remaining men were too weak to hunt or gather food. On November 1st, 2 more explorers died from starvation, and Hepburn, who was one of the last able-bodied men, showed signs of severe swelling from protein deficiency. Hope seemed completely lost, but finally, on the 7th, 3 of Akaicho's men reached the fort. They brought food and afterward fished for the survivors until they were strong enough to travel. The party's recovery afterward was slow but steady, and by mid-November, they left Fort Enterprise for a final time. On December 11th, they reached Fort Providence, bringing the ordeal to an end. The aftermath of the Coppermine expedition was a complex mixture of criticism and reluctant celebration. The journey's human cost and limited accomplishments cast a long shadow over its legacy. Franklin and his companions, weakened and traumatized, made their way back to York Factory by the summer of 1822, and their return was met with a muted reception by the company officials who had grown weary of supporting what they viewed as a poorly planned and ill-fated mission. George Simpson, who was a prominent figure in the Hudson's Bay Company, was particularly scathing in his assessment of Franklin. he criticized the leader's physical limitations, alleging that Franklin required regular meals and rest and that he couldn't walk more than 8 miles per day. He also blamed Franklin's adherence to his objectives for the suffering endured by the party, arguing that a more experienced leader would have modified or abandoned the mission to ensure safety. When Franklin and his men returned to England in October 1822, however, public opinion contrasted sharply with the private criticisms of fur traders and explorers. Franklin was hailed as a hero and celebrated for his resilience in the face of extraordinary adversity. The Admiralty even promoted him to captain, and he was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society. His account of the expedition, published in 1823, became a bestseller and cemented his reputation as the man who ate his boots, which was a reference to his desperate survival tactics. And in fairness, despite the ordeal, the Coppermine expedition had achieved some significant accomplishments. It had mapped hundreds of miles of Arctic coastline, providing valuable geographic and scientific data. And moreover, its harrowing story captured the imagination of future explorers, including Roald Amundsen, who credited Franklin's account with inspiring his own polar ambitions. Franklin himself went on to lead another Arctic expedition in 1825, this time with better planning and greater success. He was again accompanied by Richardson and Back, and he mapped additional sections of the North American coastline. Then, later in life, he served as lieutenant governor of what is now Tasmania before embarking on his ill-fated 1845 expedition, during which he and his entire crew were not so lucky. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the forum found in the description. Also, in case you weren't already aware, if you want to listen to the audio-only version of these videos, you can listen wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, if you want to support the channel, consider joining the Patreon or becoming a channel member here on YouTube. And once again, a huge thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video. Remember to click my link below to get 60% off your Babbel subscription.